Good afternoon, or should I say evening, morning. Morning? At any rate, I am the Game Master. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Before we begin, there is something I must tell you. You see, my job is to draw you into this world with my voice and cards, which is why I believe it best for you to play with the sound on. In fact, I insist on it. However, as you can see, my voice is subtitled, so you can always read along as well. Now then, are you ready? Let's begin. Welcome to Voice of Cards. You are about to take the first steps of your adventure. Through a realm of sword and sorcery you will travel, battling bloodthirsty monsters as you strive to realize your ambitions. I have every faith you will accomplish great things here. I am merely a witness to your exploits. Now then, your departure draws nigh. May your journey be a safe one. We begin in a cave. The surrounding rocks are slimy with damp. It feels as if some foul creature could leap out from the shadows at any moment. Yet in this horrible place gathers a fellowship of 3 adventurers. One is a young woman. You can tell just by looking at her, she enjoyed a good upbringing. Another is a stoic warrior. He stands at the ready, scanning his surroundings for any sign of threat. Last but not least is the old man. He has a sagely air and gazes into the darkness stretching out before him. These adventurers seek a certain treasure hidden in this cave. An iron door towers before you. It has rather conspicuous handles. The stoic man takes hold of the handles and pushes as hard as he can. The stoic man winds his leg back and lets fly a powerful kick. As his foot connects, the door trundles to the side. So it was one of those sliding contraptions. Something leaps out at the fellowship from the darkness. Rout the enemy. These adventurers have seen their fair share of battle and defeat their attackers with ease. As the trio approaches the treasure chest, an awful rumbling resounds deep in the cave. "You shall not have it," a voice growls. Before the wary trio appear creatures the likes of which they've never seen. And fight. The young woman edges around the monster's bulk to stand before the treasure chest. There is treasure inside, no doubt about it, but it's locked tight. The woman slides the simple key into the lock. The chest clicks open. Inside is what appears for all the world to be an ordinary medicine bottle. At last, we've retrieved the royal treasure, the old man says. The woman and warrior exchange a nod. Their quest complete, the triumphant trio put the cave behind them. This is Castle Advent. Queen Nilla reigns over the kingdom from within its walls. In the crowded audience chamber jostle all manner of knights, adventurers, and bounty hunters. The white-robed adventurers stand close to the throne. The palace guard calls over the tumult. "Be silent. Her Royal Majesty graces us with her presence." The cacophony ceases the moment Queen Nilla enters the chamber. Seated upon the throne, the queen faces the crowd, her lips part. Thank you all for heeding my call to slay the dragon. Whatever it takes to defeat this reawakened evil, I ask that you do it. Whomsoever conquers this beast will be honored for ages to come and handsomely rewarded. At that, the gathered crowd cheers loud enough to shake the castle's very foundations. Leave the dragon to us, Your Majesty, say the white-robed adventurers, as if the beast's demise at their hands is assured. Indeed, you did well to reclaim the royal treasure, the queen replies. I thank you, for my stomach becomes most upset without it. So the treasure is a staple of the royal medicine cabinet. It puts my mind at ease to know the Ivory Order offers its aid in slaying the dragon. The trio are disciples of the Ivory Order, a charitable organization beloved the realm over. Indeed, anyone would think this illustrious trio the heroes of our tale. But they'd be wrong. So we just gotta slay the dragon and we'll be drowning in gold. The man trails off, drooling over unknowable fantasies. Beside him, a strange creature lets out a chirping coo. Pay attention, because this is important. There he is, or there you are, I should say, the hero of our tale. A humble bounty hunter, you love little in this realm more than coin. A seemingly tedious fellow who doesn't hesitate to claim the title of hero for yourself. When you heard about the quest to slay the dragon, it was the promise of reward that lured you to the castle. Now then, if you wish to officially register for the hunt, see me so I can get your signature. You wonder why you need to sign anything, but head for the guard anyway. Shall we? Scared of the dragon? Scoffs the guard. Have you registered yet? Says the guard. Sign here, says the guard, handing you a pen and paper. You sign your name. A fine name. After you've signed, the guard motions to the strange creature beside you. The monster, too. You sign your companion's name as well. Mar. Mar, your friend and sometimes traveling companion. Though he can't speak the human tongue, he seems to understand it well enough. Thank you. Now we'll know what to have engraved on your tombstones. Can't ask the dead what name to mark their grave with, after all. the guard chortles. You want the reward as badly as you don't want to die. You figure you better make some strong friends. I'll let the Order handle this. Me, I'm heading home. Never know what you might hear that'll lead you in the right direction. The man wanders off somewhere, muttering to himself. You'll need tough gear, the man says, wandering off. No way am I adventuring with anyone who keeps that sort of creepy company, he says. Before you even open your mouth to ask him to team up, he cuts you off. Thanks, but no thanks. You ask him to team up, but he refuses angrily. I ain't splitting the reward with nobody. You weren't planning on sharing either, so you don't try to change his mind. Let us depart. We have a realm to save. He grabs his less than enthused colleague by the wrist and drags her off. You catch a glimpse of the terrified look on her face, and then the two disappear out of the audience chamber. Offer to join forces with the Ivory Order trio? With no particular business, you take your leave. I am one of the guards charged with the castle's protection. I'll leave the dragon slaying to you You've yet to find any help for your quest. Things don't look that reassuring as they are, but the decision is up to you. In the end, you set out, just the two of you, to hunt the dragon. A weapons merchant accosts you in the street. Despite your best efforts he speaks to you in a voice barely above a whisper. You want the most powerful weapon there ever was? He conspicuously checks his surroundings before revealing this weapon of apparent renown to you. To hear him tell it, this is a legendary weapon, and one of its kind at that. It can be yours for 20,000. You can smell the scam a mile away, and yet the aura of this weapon does have something of the legendary about it. You ask who in their right mind would pay so much? Well, you know where to find me, if you change your mind, he says, tucking the weapon away. How may I help you? The proprietress inquires. Will that be all? The proprietress asks. The old man kindly warned you of the dangerous monsters outside of town. The child says you should see Nexton as soon as you leave the castle town. You peek inside the carriage shop only to hear the owner call out that they're closed. Guess you won't be making use of them after all. Before you stands a sign calling for people to join the hunt for the dragon. Earlier, you saw the bit about the handsome reward for whoever slays the dragon and hightailed it to the castle. A woman stares at the sign, transfixed. Her face curls into a scowl as she notices you. "Monster!" the woman cries and flings magic at Mar. Startled by the spell, Mar grows dizzy. You gather the dizzy Mar in your arms and glare at the woman. "This ain't a monster," you growl, as the woman snarls over you, "I hate monsters." The two of you bicker for quite a while. In the end, the woman admits she may have jumped to conclusions, but stubbornly refuses to apologize. Inwardly, you call her unsavory names as your attention shifts to a different topic of conversation. Turns out she really hates the dragon and would love to take him down with her own two hands. But she knows she's no match for him alone, so she's at a loss for what to do. When you tell her you're after the same thing, she squints down her nose at you. "Fine," she says, "I can help you." She's a little annoying, but you are looking for quest companions. "I only want to see the dragon dead. I don't care about anything else," she mutters. You overhear her remarks and grin without thinking. Then you don't care about getting a share of the reward. That suits you perfectly. You happily join forces with the black-clad woman. She introduces herself as Melanie. She tells you she is a witch, but says nothing of why she hates monsters or what grudge she bears against the dragon. "Welcome to Nexton," hails a man. You try asking the man if he knows anything about the dragon. The man's eyes widen. He leans close, cupping his hand to his mouth. "Welcome to Nexton," he whispers in your ear. The man helpfully advises you take the opportunity to purchase equipment and curatives while you are in town. The woman tells you she's so terrified of what might happen if the dragon attacks the town. She hasn't been able to eat. How may I help you? The proprietor inquires. Will that be all? The proprietor asks. A woman sits hunched over by the side of the road. Upon catching sight of you, she calls out for your aid. She's sprained her ankle and needs you to take her to the nearby apothecary. You try to lift the woman into your arms, but the weight's too much for you to bear. You lay the woman back down where you found her and mutter a quiet Upon seeing that, Melanie snaps. What kind of person are you? Ain't like it's my fault she's hurt. You whine like a child. Ignoring you, Melanie gingerly helps the woman up. Mar bends so the woman can get on his back, and the two of them head off in search of the apothecary. You watch them walk away for a moment before following, complaining to yourself about what a waste of time this is. You arrive at the apothecary. After taking a curative, the woman begins hopping up and down. Nothing holds a candle to Ivory Order medicine, she beams. She thanks you and pulls something from her breast pocket. You've helped someone, albeit not quite out of the goodness of your own heart. It might be a good idea to do that again, should you come across anyone else in need of assistance. How may I help you? The proprietress inquires. Will that be all? The proprietress asks. The girl says if you follow this road northwest for a bit, you'll come to Thryston. It seems the majority of the world's medicine is made by the Ivory Order. Many people depend on it. That's probably part of the reason the Order has so many ardent supporters. Apparently, a monster researcher lives in Thryston and might know something about the dragon. It seems you've learned all you can here. Time to move on. As your eyes roam everywhere but the path you walk, you barrel right into someone. When you turn to see who it is, you see the Ivory Order trio from the castle. Winifred, are you all right? The sagely old man asks the woman, voice full of concern. I'm fine, the woman called Winifred replies. Thank you, Hedwin. Berwin, the old man calls, turning to his companion. He jerks forward, as if to defend Hedwin and Winifred. The trio advances on you. How dare you treat disciples of the Ivory Order with such disrespect? You grab your foot, wailing about how much it hurts, demanding the Ivory Order trio give. Berwin pokes at your foot, muttering a half-hearted apology. But that's when you notice something in your hand. Looks like you accidentally grabbed Winifred's coin purse when you ran into her. Thief, bellows Berwin, drawing his weapon. Guess you've got to fight your way past. coffin cart is down, but they're still alive. The Ivory Order laid you out flat. The Ivory Order trio looks at you like they can't believe such a weakling would even try to hunt down the dragon. Taking pity on your ineptitude, the Ivory Order trio uses their magic to heal your wounds. We mustn't tarry any longer. To the monster researcher of Thriston with us, Hedwin urges his companions and the trio depart. Aimless wandering can be fun, but if you want purpose and direction, I'd suggest sticking to the path. About the enemy. That was lucky. Lying in the grass, you find an old telescope. You figure a look at the path ahead can't hurt, and pick it up. Peering through the lens, you see something in the distance, but you can't tell exactly what. All you know is there's something up ahead. You should be able to tell for certain what it is if you get closer. You leave the janky telescope where you found it, and make your way cautiously toward what you saw. You spot a loitering monster. These monsters are a common sight, but you've never seen one move. You can't not fight such a unique monster. Eagerly, you draw your blade. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. Drawing upon your courage, you toss the janky telescope aside and charge ahead. At your sudden proximity, a pair of eyes jerk up, startled. It falls over in its shock, then scrambles up and flees in terror, leaving behind some coins. Gradually become aware of a voice calling out to your party. Looking around, you yank the old man free. Why, it seems an old friend of his lives in Nexton, and he says he'll make it worth your while. Will you show him the way to Nexton? You ask the old man about himself. It turns out he belongs to a wealthy family. Vision, you offer him safe passage to Nexton. You come across two men sitting on a rock. They take no notice of you or the party, but you can hear their fervent discussion. You listen in and deduce that they are a pair. You lean in, trying to hear what else the thieves are talking about. I hid the goods. Head south just before the bridge. No, whatever ye do, don't go into the bewildering. It sounds like they've just told you where you hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away. About the enemy. You are surprised to find a merchant selling goods in a place like this. You decide to take a look, and the merchant welcomes you, and these are my unsold wares. I would be happy to sell to you for a fraction of the price, the old woman says as she lines up some medicine bottles before you. I'm closing for the day, she announces as she packs up her goods. It seems you won't be able to do any more shopping here. Don't hold back. Let's do this. Don't hold back. Yeah. Looks like you try to say hello, but she wanders off without even registering your presence. Excellent. You kick a rock down the road, muttering about what jerks those three from the Ivory Order are. Cut it out, chides Melanie. She warns you your anger. You grumble. But your sulking is cut short when out of the thicket leaps a monster. The rock you kicked must have hit it because it is really mad. Brace yourself for battle. And fight. You are beset by bandits. You cannot help but feel they are not after you, but protect the old man at all costs. That was lucky. certainly seems I'm safe with you lot, the old man says shakily. You had best deliver the man to Nexton, lest any more bandits decide to try their luck. The man says you'll need a torch to explore caves. And, he adds, it just so happens you can buy them at the item shop. You get the feeling he probably works for said shop. The man scours his skin with a washcloth, trying. Apparently, he blames his natural musk for his unlucky love life. You catch a whiff of scent wafting off him. It is rather pungent. An idea strikes you. Maybe getting rid of the toxins within the body would get rid of the odor without, too. You fish around in your bag, but can't seem to find an antidote anywhere. You hand him an antidote and he chugs it down. As soon as he's finished, the odor completely disappears. Overjoyed, the man resolves to tell the person he likes how he feels. From his breast pocket, the man pulls out something to give you in thanks. The woman, who fashions herself a missionary of love, haughtily cries she's too beautiful and popular for her own good. The woman tells you a monster stole something very valuable from her. If only— What did it steal, you ask? Medicine, says the woman, to give my skin a lustrous glow. Apparently, monsters have been mugging people along this stretch of road lately. The Ivory Order is searching for where they're stashing the stolen goods. It seems the sound of a flute could once often be heard coming from the doctor. His neighbors complained about the noise, though, and all has been quiet since. Cyprian Ambre, Cyprian Amber, has lived here for many years, conducting research on monsters. All the townsfolk affectionately call him Cypri. If anyone knows anything about the dragon, it's him. He's a veritable monster expert. You ask Cypri if he knows anything about the dragon. He says he'll tell you if you do him a favor. The monsters stole a precious treasure from him. If you reclaim the treasure, Cypri promises to tell you all he knows about the dragon. It seems The treasure-thieving monster makes its hideout in the Western Cave. That's where you'll want to head. Well, if it isn't the head of the National Inn Association's son, the innkeeper blurts out, overcome with surprise. You've clearly been mistaken for someone else, but the innkeeper looks so excited that you dare not burst her bubble. Your room is free. The party leaves the inn feeling rested. Welcome. 100 gold pieces will get you. You will be instantly transported to any location you've previously visited. Travel for 100 gold pieces? This is the game parlor. Come play cards, the boy at reception calls. The wealthy old man looks considerably relieved as the party sets foot inside. He reaches into his pack and hands you a pouch full of gold. This is to be your reward, he says. The next instant, he takes off for the center of town, shouting, "I shall be there soon, my love." That was lucky. What you saw was only an old woman. You and your friend... Ow! Seems like someone met the wrong end of the knife, the woman... I didn't do it, cries the woman, running off without even a hint of remorse. Good work. You pick up a scrap of paper dropped by some manner of monster. It has a message scrawled on it in crude lettering. Clearly, whoever dropped this message did not want to stash the scrap of paper in your pack and resolve to keep an eye out for the treasure on your travels. Good work. Something's catching the sunlight just so. You move closer you find a chest lodged in the hollow of a tree. Something about this feels familiar. You fish a note out of your pack. Sure enough, this is the location those thieves mentioned when you were eavesdropping. Quite convinced you've found their stash, you open the chest with a self-satisfied smirk on your face. Light can't reach the furthest depths of the cave. It may be impossible to proceed without a torch. You light the torch. It'll be much easier to explore now with your surroundings better illuminated. Though the torch lights your immediate surroundings, you still cannot peer far into the distance. Don't hold back. Excellent. Excellent. Good work. The ground tinkles beneath your feet. You look down to find it is littered with empty a message is carved into the ground. Never a bitter final missive from an adventurer done in by monsters, perhaps. About the enemy. You did great. Good work. Oh? The door is shut tight. Upon closer examination of the door, you spot a cavity that looks like some sort of sphere. You put the magic sphere into the cavity, and the door opens. About the enemy. A claret trail leads you deeper into the cave. Was the walking wounded a monster or a human? A knot forms in your gut. You raise the torch to get a better look at your surroundings. Another message comes into view, written in tiny letters among the scars. I will find you. What horrors transpired here? Press on, deeper into the cave. Light floods into the two mummified bodies lie close beside one another, their hands clasped together. Beside them, a message written in blood. We leave together. Perhaps they were lovers? Whatever the case, you notice the bellwether nestled in their hands. You gently pry it free, bend a knee, and say a small prayer for the dearly departed. And fight. Let's do this. Nice work. You make to open the chest, but an ominous voice echoes. The next instant, something leaps at you out from the darkness. I was lucky. Fortune favors the bold. The monster defeated, you turn toward the treasure chest. And see those Ivory Order jerks rooting through it. You rush over, but it's sweet of you to take care of the monsters for us, trills Winifred, favoring you with a smile. Tucking the spoils from the chest safely into a bag, the Ivory Order trio stroll away when, knowing you couldn't stop them if you tried, you can do nothing but stand slack-jawed and watch them go. The chest is empty, save for a ragged doll. Nice of them to leave us the trash, you grumble in irritation. For some reason, Melanie picks up the ragged doll. Your shoulders slump. All that effort, and this is all you get to show for it? You find nothing else even close to treasure. Hope Cypri is ready for bad news. Leave now would be the fastest way out. You decide to stay and explore the cave a little longer. About the enemy. Were you able to find my treasure? Cypri asks. This is all we found, says Melanie, withdrawing the ragged doll. Cypri's eyes widen as soon as he sees the doll, and he reaches out to take it. Without breaking his gaze away from the doll, he begins to speak. Cypri tells you he gifted this doll to his young daughter a long time ago, but she fell gravely ill and died. Since then, Cypri has treasured this doll as he treasured his daughter. Then the monsters took it from him. Cypri turns to Melanie, his head bowed deeply in gratitude. So you reclaimed the treasure by complete accident. You step closer to Cypri. What do you know about the dragon? You rudely inquire. Cypri gestures as if to say, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Far to the east of town is a place called Unionville, where monsters and humans live together in harmony. According to Cypri, you might be able to learn something there, as the dragon and monsters are not totally unrelated. Upon hearing that, you turn on your heel to Cypri calls out to stop you. Journeying to Unionville entails traversing the dense expanse of the bewildering wood. You'll need this, he says, and holds out something for you. You won't make it through the bewildering wood without it, Cypri says. Your sights set on the distant Unionville, you resolve to navigate through the bewildering wood. A thick fog impedes your vision. You surmise this is in no small part why they call it the Bewildering Wood. Trees bearing very solid-looking nuts whip to and fro in the force of the gale. This doesn't bode well for you. Nuts fly off the trees and smack you and your friends right on the head. Everyone's faces screw up in agony. Many a brave soul has set foot in this wood. They also tell of a certain tool one needs to get through this place. A message is written on the sign. Seek out the 4 stela hidden deep in these woods. You hear a beautiful melody flowing from the forest depths. It sounds like singing, or perhaps attributing it to your imagination, you decide to ignore it. A short moment later, the melody stops. You have found the northern stela. It doesn't look particularly special. You resolve to touch it anyhow. Let's do this. As you listen closely, you are struck by a sudden dizzy spell. The grass rustles, then a monster slowly. Realizing you've been caught in the Harpy's trap, you ready your weapons. That was lucky. For some time after that, you find yourself trembling at the mere sound of a bird's tweet. That was lucky. You have found the Eastern Stela. You see the words Melody of Fortune chiseled into the corner. next stela is... You hear someone murmuring? It sounds like a man, but you can't really be sure in these woods. I need to hit the stela every single time I want to go home. What a pain, the frowning woman sighs. Congrats. You have found the southern stela. You smack it and hear a sound off to the west. You'd best head that way next. You have found the western stela, which you swear up and down was not here when you came in. Nevertheless, you have found all four of the stela in the bewildering wood. On a perhaps related note, you hear a sound emanating from the east. And fight. Oh? The woman appears to be lost. How do I get out of here? She asks with furrowed brows. The man sighs, realizing he may never be able to escape with his current tool set. did great. You examine the stela. The message: you hold the woodland flute you received from the good doctor in Thryston. Doot 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 doodly, doot 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 doot. You blow a handful of pleasant enough notes into the woodland flute. You soon become aware of accompanying percussion, which reveals itself to be a series of impeccably timed footfalls racing toward you. A young woman appears before you. "That was absolutely dreadful," she whinges, her jaunty gait betraying her enjoyment. She calls herself Riddis and declares herself a woodlander, resident of the bewildering wood. By sheer coincidence, the flute on which you played those notes was one designed to call the woodland people to your side. Stunned by your good fortune, you ask Riddis to lead you eastward out of the forest. What luck! She agrees far more readily than you ever anticipated. But, she continues, extending her hand, you'll have to hand over the woodland flute first. You hand over the flute, firmly restating that she may have it on the condition she leads you out of the bewildering wood. Riddis plucks the woodland flute out of your hands with glee and begins playing it as she skips away. Well, playing is a generous term. It sounds as though she may as well be murdering the poor thing. Riddis makes it clear that the fastest way out of the woods is through woodland, where she lives. "It's that-a-way," Riddis says gleefully, pointing past the stela before you. "Welcome to Woodland," Riddis says, gesturing out over the village. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm quite busy for the rest of the day, so you'll have to wait till tomorrow to leave the forest," she says, and makes her way home. "Welcome to the Forest Oasis," the man greets you warmly. You happen upon a man greedily guzzling well water. Could it truly be that much better than ordinary water? Apparently she's heard rumors of the dragon destroying our village would burn down so easily, she mutters, perhaps a bit more afraid of the symptom than the cause. "This shortcut is reserved for use by woodland citizens only," the guard barks, clearly unwilling to let you pass. You learn that Riddis's family is mired in debt and living hand to mouth. "And I know how they got in so much trouble," the rumor mongerer says deliciously. "We are not in the business of meddling in the personal affairs of others," Melanie says curtly, cutting her off. Been a while since we've had any outsiders. It turns out this inn is simply a place where the poor, lost souls trapped in the bewildering wood may recover. You may stay as long as you like, free of charge. The wooden dining table practically groans under the weight of the platters upon it, all brimming. I've certainly earned this, you say to yourself. Melanie takes no note of your boorish behavior, uttering a small prayer of thanksgiving before reaching for a plate. Mar sits, eyes fixed on the food upon the table, statuesque in his stillness. What a good boy. Mar clears the entire table in a matter of seconds. He lets out a self-satisfied burp that sends a small jet of just-drank water arcing out onto the floor. The sun sinks low, and the day draws to a close. A scream pierces the silence. Fire! The others follow suit. And before long, you've burst through the front door, and Riddis's house is ablaze, a nearby villager screams. My mother is still inside, Riddis shrieks, darting past you to fetch water from the well south of the village. Riddis is gathering water in an attempt to fight the blaze all on her own. You toss a nearby bucket into the well and haul it up by the rope. Rather, you attempt to, but thanks to Mar robbing you of a meal, your strength fails you. Mar's eyes light up. He scrambles over the edge of the well and sucks the well dry in an instant. He pokes at his swollen belly and gestures toward Riddis's house, as if to say, "Get me back there, quick." Quickly, put it out. You have to put it out, Riddis screams at Mar. Mar douses the house with the water he sucked up from the well. The fire is reduced to mere embers, and all is well. Or so you think. Something darts out from behind the house and attacks. Let's do this. The fiery beast dispatched, you return to putting out Ridis's mother, now safe, tells you the creature came out of nowhere and set the house aflame. What would bring a creature of fire to a place like this, you wonder? Light breaks on a new day, and the commotion of the fire feels but a nightmare. You lead your party to Ridis's house to ask for safe passage out of the bewildering wood. Though spared from complete collapse, Ridis's home has been thoroughly scorched. Ridis sits alone in one of its rooms, the air thick with the smell of char. There shouldn't be. She says the monster appeared while she was playing the woodland flute last night. As to why any monsters, let alone fire monsters, appeared, despite the circumstances, you ask, I did promise that, didn't I? She says wearily, rising from her. Why do you want to venture out beyond the bewildering wood anyway? She inquires, as she gathers this and that in preparation to leave. We are in search of the dragon, you say valiantly, adding, the reward will be significant should we defeat him. Sounds like a real risky way to make a living, she replies flatly, feigning interest. A group of Ivory Order people came through here just the other day. You connect the dots with malice. Those three. You seethe. At last, Ridis is ready to depart for the edge of the bewildering wood. Ridis's mother tells you she was once deceived by a crooked merchant and plunged into debt. Ridis has been working to repay the debt ever since her mother took ill. You lightly press your thumb and forefinger to the corner of each eye, a mixture of sadness. Ridis's mother is in no small amount of pain. The item you've proffered, but I appreciate the thought. Ridis's mother hands you mysterious card 3 as a token of her gratitude. This road takes you to the east side of the bewildering wood. But upon seeing that Riddis is with you, he steps aside and lets you through. The eastern portion of the woods certainly does not want for thick, soupy fog. You turn away, ready to lead the party deeper into the bewildering. "Wait just a moment, you lot," calls the voice of an older man from somewhere behind you. Riddis appears to be familiar with him. She calls him Mr. O. "Here you are, young lady," he says, handing her a slip of paper. Oh dear. Further, Mr. O explains, Riddis did not have a fire insurance policy at the... "I'll thank you kindly to pay by the end of the month. Bye now, Mr. Hee. Riddis lets out a bemused chuckle, her demeanor remarkably calm for what has just transpired. She pulls the woodland flute from her cloak and begins softly playing. Riddis's ear-splitting performance, shall we say, draws monsters out from behind the trees. Within moments, they are nearly upon you. And fight. That's odd. I must have made a mistake, Riddis says, burying her face in her old book once more. She opens the book to a particular page and thrusts it in your face. You can't tell anyone. It's a page of sheet music, with a note scrawled beside it that reads, "Play this lucky tune to reverse your..." No matter how many times I played this last night, our debt never went down. You inspect the page a bit more. Off in a corner, in letters so small as to be illegible, another message. You finally see that so long as Riddis holds the flute, this is nothing more than a monster conjuring melody. You snatch the woodland flute from her hands. "But I'll never escape from this mountain of debt without it," she cries. Melanie quietly opines that while Riddis is many things, bright is not one of them. Let's do this. That was lucky. Oh? Don't hold back. And fight. Excellent. Here, Ritis chirps, pushing over as she does. A hidden path out of the bewildering wood comes into view. At last, you are free of the bewildering wood. She giggles bashfully. You've certainly kept your promise, you say. I was hoping I could join you on your quest to defeat the dragon, Ritus suddenly blurts out. She takes out her old book and thrusts another page in your face. This week's creature of fortune is the dragon. Boons may befall those who encounter him. Melanie's jaw goes slack. What is the deal with— I can probably pay off my debt if we can just defeat the dragon, Ritus chirped. No, I won't dilute my share of the riches any further. No more addition. Have you no heart? Are you just going to leave a young, helpless girl like me to drown in an ocean of debt and deal with that crusty old man? Ritus fires back relentlessly. I want to go. No. So goes the endless chorus of your thoroughly unproductive. Melanie calmly reminds you that the party in its current form stands little chance of defeating the dragon. See? You need me. Your well-reasoned argument of no thwarted. You nod your head in resignation and welcome Ritus to the party. You journey onward, only to see a suspicious— He proclaims himself a man of medicine who has discovered a revolution. There's no harm in trying it, he boldly claims. Well? Only a fool would drink some The suspicious doctor grumbles mightily, making a fine show of his discontent as he takes his leave. was lucky. You're in luck. I have some rare items for sale, she remarks, lining up some goods before you. She begins closing her shop, saying she needs to stock up on wares again. It seems you won't be able to do any more shopping here. Let's do this. Excellent. As you make your way to the coast, a piece of paper, it depicts a woman standing before a sun, examining the background of the picture. Written on the other side of the paper is, "My darling dearest, I give you the only word you need to see, really. Treasure. Certain you'll come across it in your travels, you stuff the picture into your pack for safekeeping." You see something approaching from up ahead. "A monster!" Melanie shouts, readying for battle. "Mr. Flobby, get back here. It's dangerous out there." A young girl. "It seems you've finally arrived at Unionville. What a weird place," remarks Rick. "We aren't staying a moment longer than necessary," says an unsettled Melanie, her distaste for monsters plain on her face. The woman frowns deeply, claiming the cakes she bought for her beloved furball have all been eaten by someone else. A quiet furball sits with crumbs around its mouth. The child says his monster friend left the village suddenly to go back home. He claims the headman told him that he could go home when the little orc child pouts. "But I don't know where my home is." You ask the old man if he knows anything about the dragon. "No, sir," he answers. But our headman is a wise and worldly man. He might know something," he remarks, pointing at a house not far away. The little goblin sulks. As he gazes upon the withering flowers, he looks at you with tears in his eyes, silently begging you for help. You pour the salve onto the flowers, and they stand up tall. The goblin cries out in happiness and thanks you for your help. He then holds something out to you. The goblin stares lovingly at the beautiful flowers and gobbles them up. "Healthy flowers are the tastiest," he proclaims in glee. Did he grow those flowers just to eat them? A young boy wanders up to your group in wide-eyed wonder. You realize you are right when he assails you with questions about your origins and adventures. The Inquisition leaves you exhausted. "However does your mouth become so filthy, Mr. Flobby?" sighs the girl as clearly embarrassed. Mr. Flobby murmurs, "That's not my mouth." The little orc child is engrossed in a fairy tale. The title reads, "The Legend of the Dragon." You take a peek into the picture book and come across a passage that piques your interest. To where, you wonder, then recall that this is merely a fairy tale. The village headman is a renowned gourmet, and rumor has it he only dines on the The man says he wishes he too could have such a lavish meal just once in his life. His deep desire for delicacies only growing with time. Lately, a suspicious man cloaked in black, as the old woman looks at Melanie and remarks that he was dressed just like her. "Wow, a new friend, and so big, too," the furball exclaims in glee. Mar stares off into the distance as the furball snuggles up to his. For some reason, Riddis joins in on the cuddling. "Travelers," you hear a voice call from somewhere. "Down here, at thy feet." You look down to see a small clump of fur by your boots. The clump of fur speaks. "I am Lappy, and I should like to journey forth with thee." Lappy the furball looks at you with amiable expectations. "Of course, the more the merrier," you exclaim, but Melanie coldly interjects. Thoroughly rejected by Melanie, Lappy says he has no friends because of his aged face and speech. All alone, he decided your party is silenced by the crying child with the face. You tell Melanie to be nice and quip that both she and Lappy could use a friend. Exhausted from arguing with you, Melanie half-heartedly agrees. However, she says that they are on a dangerous journey to defeat the dragon. Lappy leaps up and hugs her in his excitement, exclaiming, "Thou hast made me so happy." "Till next time," Melanie says, peeling Lappy off of her and placing him on the ground. Though she thought all monsters to be evil, Melanie feels that the ones here are different. Finally, a friend. You bow, but before you can speak, the man suddenly laughs, then shamelessly praises his own village as being wondrous and peaceful. "And who are you?" he asks. After explaining that he says that he had heard rumors of the dragon when he traveled the world. "You must be tired from your journey. Have a seat. I will have my chef prepare a feast," the headman says, then claps his hands twice to summon a stewardess. Extravagant dishes that you have never seen before are placed on the table before you, each one looking more. "You're drooling," Melanie scowls. You wipe your mouth with your sleeve, then gasp as you turn, perhaps in an attempt to hold himself back. Mar is gnawing. There. We'll eat soon," you reassure Mar while gently stroking his head. The doors fly open in the next instant. With tears in her eyes, she tells you that her dear companion, Mr. Flobby the Slime, is missing. The headman's eyes go wide in surprise. "We must find that." "You are starving, but it doesn't look like you'll be able to partake of the feast before you because of Mr. Flobby's disappearance." "We will find your slime." Melanie reminds you that you are here to get clues about the dragon. "What's the difference?" "Literally everything. Hunger taking it." "Brave heroes," the headman interjects. Then, it appears the story has hit a standstill until you need to hear the whole story from the young girl. The girl sobs, wailing about the Melanie places her hand atop the girl's head. The girl then hands something to Melanie. It looks like the muddy handkerchief she used. She asks Melanie to wipe Mr. Flobby with it after you find it. The girl claims to have searched the village, but kept. Regardless, looking aimlessly outside the village would be a waste of time. You decide to collect more information in the village. It seems like the girl who left the headman. The elderly man says she cannot have gone far. The goblin dutifully tends his flower bed, eagerly anticipating the day they bloom. She says she saw a suspicious man in black with a slime outside the village. She claims they went northwest. Did that man take Mr. Flobby? You resolve to leave the village in search of the pair. Though a torch is not strictly necessary, it would certainly help you find your way through the dimly lit shrine. Your footing is obscured in the dimness of the shrine. You go forth slowly but steadily. Taking it one step, you take a good look at the floor and see it lined in trails of viscous liquid. No doubt a slime or 200 have passed through here. It looks like poor Mr. Flobby is being held captive by the mystery. Hand over that slime, you shout to. You speak as if I kidnapped him, he remarks, curtly turning to face you. When your eyes finally adjust to the surrounding darkness, you realize that Melanie's mouth falls open. It seems the man has noticed Melanie as well. It looks like the two know each other. The man says that he and Melanie came from the same village, where this was their native dress. The man's revelation makes you realize that you know almost nothing about Melanie's past. You ask her if he is a childhood friend, but she holds her tongue. With forbidden magic, our clan has ensured the dragon, he begins, when she rattles on about the man, telling you that he is Vince, a lunatic obsessed with the dragon. Vince resentfully claims that he is searching for the noble dragon to protect it. You ran away from home with your tail between your legs, he ridicules. Enraged, Melanie, you have so many questions, but realize that the most pressing matter is careful. He won't go down easy. During the fight, Vince asks, "The headman may look like a nice old man, but he keeps those little monsters around too," he begins. But before he can finish, Winifred Edwin and Berwin, the three brush you aside, fixing their attention on Vince. So the Ivory Order and that false justice they serve are the true evil here, he retaliates, fighting back. Seeing the two parties occupied with each other, you realize this is your chance to grab Mr. Flobby. Perhaps wary of humans, Mr. Flobby dashes out when you draw near. When you reach out to grab Mr. Flobby, he suddenly lower Mr. Flobby's stamina to calm him down. Exhausted from the fight, the raging Mr. Flobby, but it seems he hasn't yet come to his senses. Find something to help return Mr. Flobby to normal. You wipe Mr. Flobby's mouth with the handkerchief you received from the girl. Then you hear a quiet voice speak. "That's not my mouth, Mr. Flobby." It looks like the girl's familiar scent on the hank. Having regained his senses, Mr. Flobby heads back to the village. You place the increasingly sticky handkerchief in your bag. Lappy approaches and tells you that Mr. Flobby has returned. The girl is ecstatic that "I'm happy for you," Melanie says with a smile. The girl bows her head. Mr. Flobby looks as slimy as ever. "The headman wants us to bring Mr. Flobby to him." "Of course not. But bring him back soon," she answers with a bright smile. "I am so happy to see you safe and sound," the headman exclaims, giving Mr. You explain everything that happened, including the incident with Vince and the Ivory Order. He expresses his relief that the Order will be... He then thanks you for your hard work and instructs his stewardess to prepare dinner for your party. You can feel your collective mouths watering at the sight of the lavish meal. You, Mar, and Ridis immediately dig in. You aren't sure where you find a moment to breathe. Please, eat to your heart's content. Once your belly is full, you realize that Mr. Flobby is gone. Room for dessert? The headman asks, offering you a plate of slimy jelly. You feel your stomach. The color strikes you as familiar, and the stickiness sends a shiver down your spine. Is this Mr. Flobby? You ask the headman, your voice trembling in The headman looks at you with a plain expression, one that holds no malice. This dish is a masterpiece, he remarks with a light-hearted, and I have you brave heroes to thank for it. Had you not brought that slime back, we would not be able to enjoy this exquisite dessert. You move to leave, but the headman, I try to get my meat while it's still young and tender, but at least your pet is very plump. He points at Mar and asks, would you consider leaving that creature here with me? Never, you refuse flatly, not bothering to hide. Think about it, he entreats. You grab the headman by his lapels, hands trembling in fury. About the enemy. You pummel the headman with all curled up on the ground. The headman groans in pain, but insists. You hug Mar tightly, reassuring him. Mar looks at you with his round. You meet eyes with the rest of your party and reach a tacit agreement. Together, you all stand and leave. As you are about to leave the headman's, the old man suddenly charges at you. But Mar, the keener of you two, is quick to block his path. With a crash, Mar and the headman, from the headman's hand falls a small blade. It clatters to the ground, covered in blood. You take the injured Mar to an inn where you gaze at the unconscious Mar. Despite the shallow wound, no amount of medicine seems to rouse Mar from. I heard that my friends were in danger, so I came. As he reaches Mar's bedside, he leans. This is what-you-call-it extract, he shouts. He explains that it is a poison extracted from a certain monster. Hearing those words, you realize the headman's blade must have been coated in this poison. Mar's condition starts. Isn't there anything we can do? Lappy's eyes widen in realization before he then puts the what-you-call-it extract into a bottle and hands it to you. Lappy says that if you follow the road south of the village, you will reach Shoreland. He tells you to give the extract to the famous nutritionist there. Realizing that you are at fault for this, you don't hesitate to undertake the quest. But this is strange. The extract comes from a monster, so it should have no effect on one, Lappy remarks with a curious tilt of his head. I thought a beast of that size would eat us out of house and home, she remarks, no doubt talking about Mar. The girl sighs. Mr. Flobby. This is Mr. Globby, Mr. Flobby's cousin, she tells you. Don't hold back. Oh? Good work. Look, you two, it's the sea, Bronys exclaims, frolicking in glee. You, on the other hand, trudge along as far as you can from the coast, ignoring the hair sticking to your forehead. Feeling something at your feet, you glance down. There's something. It appears you've stepped on a monster's cape, making it very upset. It attacks you in fury. man says the fishing industry is usually thriving in their seaside town. He mentions that even the fishing harbor to the northwest has been suffering from poor hauls of late. You hear a roar in the distance. According to rumor in the village has it that it might be the dragon. The sign on the door reads that you open the door without knocking. Is anyone home? A muscular man emerges from the back. Praising his musculature seems to put him in high spirits. Anyone can achieve a body like this with the proper diet, he explains. So why don't we enjoy a life of love and nutritional meals together? Have mercy, you think? You politely ask if he is the... Indeed, I am the He says he has been studying dietetics here for many years. You hand Oreo the extract and explain that He stares at the extract for a long time, opens the bottle and laps at the liquid inside. That's poison! Melanie, the man insists that he'll be fine with his expertise of nutrition. Regardless, it seems he managed to grasp the composition of the poison with that lick. However, he says he needs a spry fish, he needs a special fish to make the necessary supplement. When he explains that you can catch one in the surrounding sea, Ridis, confident, she shows you a page from her ancient tome, which explains the ecology of the fish in detail. That book comes in handy from time to time. Oreo gasps as if remembering something. He says that his son went out fishing and, with a bit of luck, may have already caught a spry fish. It sounds like his son is fishing on the wharf. You decide to go find him. troubled woman tells you that there has been a rise in she claims that even the cold medicine she always has on hand. She narrows her eyes at the crowd, suspecting there is a thief. Your ears perk up at the word reward, and you immediately agree to help expose the dirty thief. I can feel the dragon's presence. You feel impatient, determined not to let the order beat you to it. You approach a woman sneaking around in a corner. Hearing your voice, she turns in surprise. You explain that the person she stole it from needs it back. The woman begins, "My poor little boy is bedridden," she says tearfully. "He needs medicine, but I don't have any money, so I took it." No matter the reason, theft is wrong. "I'm sorry. You feel bad for her and her child, but know you must return the medicine to its rightful owner. Now to receive your reward." The woman thanks you for returning the medicine and bestows you with a reward. Unsure if you made the right choice, you return to your journey with a heavy heart. You see a young man with his line in the water and call out to him. He turns around and flexes, shouting out suddenly. You stare, enchanted by his bulging musculature. He asks if you have business with him. Praising his musculature seems to have put him in high spirits. Anyone can achieve a body like this with the proper exercise, he explains. So why don't we have mercy, you think? Though you are pretty sure of the answer, you ask the young man. "That I am," he answers. He introduces himself as Bruno and says he is learning to be a nutritionist like his father. You introduce yourself, expressing to him that you are a hero on a journey and require a spry fish to... His eyes begin to sparkle the moment you utter the word hero, and he becomes more or less grasping the situation. He regrets to him. He says that a monster has settled near their town, and its thundering roar. You know Oreo needs a spry fish to make that supplement. Hearing the despair in your voice, Bruno speaks, his words like he tells you that there is a harbor near town where fishermen... Perhaps you can find the fish you seek there. You thank him for the information, then just as you are about to leave, Bruno... Is it a reward you're after? You are about to ask. But Melanie smacks you on the head before you can voice it and allows him to come along. Bruno looks ecstatic that he was allowed to join. When you ask him why, he tells you that his dream is to be... But his father, famed in the world of nutrition, forced him. One desires strength, the other knowledge. Unable to see eye to eye. What will you ask Bruno? You ask Bruno about his sword arm, saying you are some. Bruno replies that he specializes in hand-to-hand combat. Apparently, he only carries around a sword to look like an adventurer. Curious about his attire, you ask why he does not wear armor. He confessed that he once wished for armor, but deemed it unnecessary after gaining so much muscle. In that moment, you realize something. While his passion for being an adventurer is the words "birds of a feather flock together" run through your mind, but you quickly chase them away, afraid of what that means for you. That was lucky. Excellent. Good work. About the enemy. You pick up a scrap of paper dropped by some manner of monster. You stash the scrap of paper in your pack and resolve to keep an eye out for the treasure on your travels. That was lucky. It appears this sturdy door has a magic seal on it. Unfortunately, it is out of her realm of expertise. A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode. The bizarre rock transformed into a fear rock. The only way out of this fight is through it. Don't hold back. Oh? 5. you spy a rather large number of monster prints on the ground. A wry smile. You pull from your pack the note of You feel around in the grass for a few moments before your hand, a scrap of paper, tells no lies. You greedily open the chest. About the enemy. Let's do this. Nice work. You come across two men sitting on a... You listen in. You lean in, trying to hear what else. Listen, about that loot. Head south from the harbor. It sounds like they've just told you. You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away. fight. Fortune favors the bold. He has been fishing for several days, having decided not. He hopes his wife and child back in Shoreland are well. The woman says she has been waiting here for days, worried about her husband, who has yet to return. Lately, a monstrous roar has been. He sighs, lamenting that his catches have been poor as a result. A rough-tempered piscator stands there, having just returned from fishing. Mars' fate rests upon this man's haul. Terrible, he says, showing you the few fish he's caught. Inside, a spry fish, Bruno. You ask him if you can have the spry fish, but he says he won't give it up for free. When you ask how much it will cost, he gives the absurd price of 1,000,000 gold pieces. You're heartless, Riddis pout. The man is enraged by the... Just then, Bruno prances forth and... Your fisherman muscles are simply sublime, he challenges the man to a competition of muscles with the piscator seems interested and agrees on one condition. If you lose, this one's all yours, Melanie says, patting you on. Then let the carnival of might and muscles begin. Your puny body is no match for mine, the piscator shouts back, throwing a punch. It feels like watching a bodybuilder competition. His victory sealed, Bruno strikes a glory. Witness the power of power. Defeated, the Piscator hands over the spry fish to Bruno. Bruno extends a hand to the Piscator, who has fallen to his knees. With a serene smile, an unspoken friendship begins to form between the two. Or at least, you hope that's what the prolonged silence between them means. With the spry fish in hand, you head back towards Oreo's clinic. Bruno looks at your group sadly, reluctant for this little adventure to end. You hand the fish to Oreo and ask him to make you the supplement. "Give me a moment," he says, then takes the fish and heads into the back. "It's ready," he says, emerging from his room and handing you a bottle. You hope this will get Mar back on his feet. You need to get back to Unionville on the double. But before that, you face Bruno and say, "Take care." But Bruno stops you and says he wants to journey. But Oreo is quick to douse the flames of his desire. "You will stay, then you leave me no choice." Bruno squats at hyper speed. "I want to show this power." "You have much to learn, my son." Oreo. Only the sound of their labored breathing and bodies moving. You can only look on in stunned silence at the enigmatic display. Bruno falls to his knees, panting. "You have grown, my son," Oreo said. "So are you coming with us or not?" Melanie and "Only our muscles know the answer." "Come." "I don't get it." Riddis. "On the condition that he study nutrition upon his return, Bruno is allowed to go with you for just a little while longer." You realize that these two have a very special way of talking that no one else can understand. Hearing yet another roar in the distance, you realize you need to get the supplement to Mar so you can investigate the sound together. Any travelers with magical little... It appears the headman's long-standing pronouncement on the welcoming of all magical creatures also applies to you and your party. Mar lies listlessly upon the bed, looking somewhat haggard. You help Mar sit up. "Drink this, Mar," you say to him gently. He weakly opens his mouth, and you slowly pour the energy concentrate inside. Mar abruptly bolts up and turns his head. It looks like Mar is all better now. You give Mar a tight hug. Mar mews softly in discomfort. Overcome with joy, you sob and stroke Mar's head. Melanie and Riddis watch you too. Bruno is deeply moved to see nutrition bringing a smile to others. With this, you can finally put the happenings of that strange... You decide to take Bruno back to Shoreland, then continue your search for the dragon. You arrive at Bruno's house. Though he seems to want to adventure a little more, he reluctantly... You ask Oreo if he knows anything about... He says that the creature nests atop a tower not far from town. With that, your next destination is decided. Here, you will part ways with these... Bruno looks at you, his eyes begging you to let him come along. What will you say? You know he would make a good... Will you let him come if he doesn't ask for a share of the reward? Melanie asks. You nod. Yes, of course. Well, Bruno is happy he can continue the journey. But you must stay here and study, Oreo says. Bruno explains that the journey thus far has taught him the splendor of nutrition, and he now wishes to travel the world to deepen his knowledge. After hearing his son out, Oreo suddenly removes his glasses. And in the blink of an eye, the flesh of Bruno's cheeks, pectorals, and abdomen recess. And Bruno is lifted off his feet with a dull roar. Your eyes go wide at Oreo's assault, which was too fast for your eyes to catch. Knowledge of nutrition can help save lives, but also strike down enemies, Oreo says softly. Wow, nutrition is incredible, Riddis marvels, not putting too much thought into the events before her. Knowledge is the true power. You tremble, never wanting to make an enemy of Oreo. Though Oreo still deems his son's knowledge insufficient, he tells him to travel the world and surpass him someday. Thank you, Father, Bruno says from the ground, moved to tears by the strength of Oreo's knowledge. So it comes to pass that you journey to the tower with Bruno to find the roaring beast. Yet another colorful character.
Sonny
Nice work. Good work. Don't hold back. You come across a gaping hole in the ground. A sign beside it depicts a piece of armor. It's only human to want to do exactly what you're told not to. However willing you might be, you don't have the armor depicted, so you walk away. An armor-clad knight stands, exuding an extraordinary... The knight faces you and asks, but after sizing you up for a long moment, his shoulder... Grow strong, young ones, he says. then return. It appears he awaits a stalwart warrior to challenge him. About the enemy. That was lucky. Something's catching the sunlight just so. You move, you find a chest lodged in the hollow of a tree. Something about this feels familiar. Sure enough, this is the location those thieves mentioned when you were eavesdropping. Quite convinced you found their stash, you open the chest with a self-satisfied smirk on your face. We have finally arrived at the Tower of Legend. Bruno was the first to respond. But this is just an old... Riddis snorts to herself, seeing you red in the face from jumping to conclusions. Riddis rolls up her sleeves and shouts, "Open!" You all watch in silence as you snort to yourself, seeing Riddis red in the face. You tried to fight magic with magic, only to have it repelled by the seal. Bruno exhales deeply, then places both hands on the door. And it opens. It seems the magic seal could not protect the door from the This is the power of power, Bruno pants, but you promptly ignore him and enter the tower. Fortune favors the bold. I was lucky. Congrats. Good work. Footing suddenly crumbles. With no way of saving yourselves, once more from the bottom. You did great. Fortune favors the bold. Foolish humans. Did you come here to consign the drops of salvation to oblivion? The monster asks. It sounds like he is saying something important, but you do not understand it in the slightest. Melanie is so absorbed in thinking about the creature's words, she cannot hear you calling her. Ridis has given up on thinking and whistles an offbeat melody. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks. Don't hold back. Nice work. Don't hold back. Something glimmers on the floor. Melanie suggests you are instantly upon. Melanie asks why you have such a We were poor, so you begin. Then remember being serious isn't in your character. Leaving your past a mystery, you quickly throw aside the shiny piece of glass and move on. Nice work. That was lucky. Fortune favors the bold. Excellent. Congrats. Have you savages no mercy? The dragon's heart and body have already been reduced to naught, it says. It sounds like he is saying something profound, but you do not understand it in the slightest. Bruno silently compares his muscles against the monster's, then grins proudly to himself, the obvious victor. Melanie considers the words, but cannot seem to concentrate. You feel your eye twitch. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks. Nice work. Congrats. Though the battle is over, you cannot stop thinking. Come on, we have to defeat that dragon. Why are you so obsessed with She explains that her mother was killed by the dragon. She did not say any more, but her hatred for the beast was clear in her eyes. lucky. Excellent. You hear the roar again. It seems to be coming from the upper levels. Mar mews, as if in response to the creature's growl. Enamored by the adorable noise, you pet Mar. You're obsessed, Melanie remarks snidely, but looks at you two as if wanting to pet Mar. It sounds like the roaring beast is close. You lose your footing. You stumble, falling headlong downward. 3rd time's the charm. Excellent. You did great. The door before you is shut quite tightly. It appears to have a keyhole. You insert the magical key into the hole and turn. You hear the lock come undone with a loud clank. The dragon may be just ahead. Now we slay the dragon for riches. On your demotivating words, everyone proceeds through the doorway. Nice work. Nice work. That was lucky. That was lucky. You have finally arrived. Before you stands the dragon you have been searching for. More assassins, the dragon sighs weakly. Whether or not the beast is weak, you care not. You muster up your courage and shout, "Prepare yourself, you big..." But the dragon's roar sends your bravery flying with your legs tremble. But no matter how scared you are, the dragon will not wait. "We shall strike you down," you exclaim, slashing out while cheering on your comrades. Vince appears. Its wounds healed, the dragon looks more lively than before. "You, too, would be troubled without this dragon," he says, standing in your way. "Stop spouting nonsense," the normal... It seems Melanie has lost her composure before her mother's killer. She unleashes a fireball but it is repelled by the dragon's tough scales. And the dragon returns the favor by spewing fire from its mouth. You seem to stand no chance against the revitalized dragon. Vince climbs atop the beast's back. The flapping of the dragon's wings sends forth one wind blast after the next. "Stay out of this," Vince commands, and flies off toward the western sea. You worry for Melanie, who has been burnt badly by the dragon's fire. I can't drink this, Bruno instructs, offering her a small bottle. Bruno claims he drinks it every day. It is a recipe from his father, that of a custom supplement. Make her drink it already, you cry. Melanie has a bad feeling about it, but downs it all in a single gulp. And suddenly, at ease with her recovery, you descend the tower. The ocean spreads out before you to the west. With it, return to shoreland in search of a boat to pursue the dragon. When you return, Oreo approaches. It seems, he says, a raging wind blew through and destroyed the town. You surmise the flapping of the dragon. You explain that you need a boat to go after them. Sensing there may be a problem, you quickly make your way to the wharf. The woman says the violent winds stirred up the sea, causing her. But if you can return her vessel to the water, your brows furrow, knowing that there is no way you could move a ship. Beside you, Bruno stretches, warming up his body. After striking a fantastic pose to show off his muscles, no matter how hard he pushes though, the boat does not budge. It's pointless, you sigh, turning around when a muscle-bound Melanie stands before you. Now it's working, Bruno exclaims, unsurprised at the sight of Melanie. It appears the custom supplement she drank in the tower bulked her up. Let us combine our power, Bruno entreats Melanie, her whole body racked with chills. Melanie screams out to the sky. You need Melanie's help to catch the dragon. You call out to her. You turn your earnest eyes to her and say, but unable to hold back at the sight of her impressive, but in the next instant, you receive a violent. You hear your bones creak in a way you've never heard before. But afterward, the two muscle-bound forms work together, and I will never be a beautiful bride like this, Melanie mutters sadly. You're wrong, Bruno exclaims. Those muscles are the most beautiful thing a bride could ever have. At any rate, you leave the port town and follow the dragon. You will be sailing after the dragon. Make sure you are prepared for the journey. Just as you are about to leave, Oreo comes to see you off. It looks like he has something to say. According to him, the dragon flew to the west, where there is an island called Mount Medica. Rumor has it they are actively researching medicine on this island. He thinks he can use their knowledge in his work. Understanding his father's wishes, Bruno Mount Medica. Something stirs deep inside your chest, but you blame your imagination and board the boat without another thought. Wasn't that so much fun? Ritis can hardly contain her excitement as she seeks a similar reaction from Melanie. Sure, Melanie croaks, her face a sickly shade of green. The custom supplement has worn off completely. Ritis turns to you and carries on, oblivious. Wasn't that just the greatest? You, however, are a bit worn out. As your mid-voyage teasing of Melanie, your first order of business should be a sweep of the island to ascertain the dragon's whereabouts. A road stretches west from the docks, suggesting the presence of a house or settlement at the other end. With a whoosh of displaced air, something shoots across the path right in front of you. What is that thing? You grab your weapon, thinking you're being attacked. But when you look in the direction it came from, you see a monster with it. The monster glares at you and bellows for its comrades. There's no avoiding a fight now. The urge to kick the bottle nearly overwhelms you, but it'd be a whole nother thing if it hit the monster again. You conquer the impulse and walk away. You take the lead, Taking in the island, a white-hot streak of pain shoots through your head, feeling as though your skull will... The searing pain erases any hope of recalling the memory that felt primed. Beads of sweat are pouring off you now as you struggle to keep your head in one piece. Drink this. You greedily drink it down, desperate for relief. The pain begins to ebb, and you hurriedly resolve to press on. After a time, you happen upon a village. This place, you mutter unconsciously. Perhaps he is as anxious as you are about this place. You two okay? Melanie asks. You open your mouth to reply, only to notice the ambush a moment too late. Repel the monster attack. Excellent. That was lucky. You are accosted by a man the instant you set foot in the village. His eyes are glazed over, and his general demeanor unsettling. Should he really have medicine? You give him a glimpse of the medicine. Nothing in this life is free, you sneer. Your callousness is swiftly punished as the medicine slips from your... The man runs off to who knows where, making noise. You and the party resolve to continue exploring the village. Despite something is askew in this village, it would be best to proceed with caution until you can determine what is happening. The man glares at you, clutching tight to countless medicine bottles in his hands. He insists that they all belong to him and refuses to share them with anyone. Another villager approaches you. Though his speech is slurred, the demand remains the same. This villager is also behaving strangely. Will you acquiesce to his request? You remove the medicine from your pack, recall for a moment how much it cost, and begin sliding it back in the blink of an eye. The villager snatches up the medicine bottle and darts out of view. Something's not right in this village, Bruno mutters, clearly worried. You hear a panicked cry up the road. Stay with me. Focus on me. That can't be good. You arrive on the scene to find a man collapsed in the street, convulsing. Another man kneels over him in an apparent attempt to provide comfort. The nobleman wears impressive white armor befitting a knight. He continues. Seeing the knight's devotion makes you feel a bit like a putz for doing nothing. The villager is in quite a state. He'll have none of that, the knight barks, stopping you cold. The villager is now clawing at his own face with his fingernail. Blood, as black as tar, begins oozing out of his eyes, ears, and mouth. The convulsions subside. Within moments, a horrific thought makes itself known. This is the first time you have witnessed the death of a fellow man. Even in a world where medicines and elixirs can cure most, and as well you know, that which is dead can never return. Your mind goes blank. You drop to your knees and Melanie clamps her hand to her mouth, stifling a scream. Riddis shakes uncontrollably. The knight hangs his head. Bruno, nervous. The knight's name is Sherwin. He identifies his travels brought him to this village, where he has been. His face contorts in disgust. If not for these foul drugs, they would be healed. He spit. Bruno gazes upon the villager's corpse with a look of apparent realization. You ask the villager about the dragon. The headman can help you if you're in some trouble, she retorts, doubling over to empty the contents of her stomach onto the street. Dozens of empty medicine bottles litter the ground in front of this woman. The old man sighs, saying he lost both his son and grandson to the medicine. Not wanting to be the only one left behind, he lifts the bottle in his hand to his lips and gulps it down. You hail the villager, only to receive a blunt, "Go bother the..." The villager turns to face the wall once more and smacks his head against it repeatedly. His forehead is soon covered in blood. This cursed island is separated from the rest of the world, she mutters from the ground. I heard that outsiders call this place Mount Medica, she remarks, then throws the empty bottle in her hand to the roadside. You had best get out of here quick, she cautions you. If you stay here, then you too will, she begins, then suddenly starts cackling. A man approaches you as you wander through the village. He sets about convincing you that your kindness will be returned tenfold if you just give him. You reach for a bottle of medicine, completely taken in by his pitch. Bruno stills your hand. I wouldn't do that. I really shouldn't, you yelp over your shoulder, already walking away at a brisk pace. You continue wandering the village streets, only to be accosted by the man once more. It seems he will follow you to the ends of the earth. Why do you want it so badly? He first came in contact with it as a child.
His parents paid him no mind.
And never since forgot its wonderful taste. You are fully invested in this story, and desperate to give the man some small comfort. I've heard better sob stories, Melanie says dryly, having somehow absorbed. Bruno thinks you'd better not, but you're not so sure. The man smiles deliriously as he watches. He appears to have dropped something peculiar in his haste. You knock lightly on the door. An elderly man opens it. He announces himself as Selfor and beckons you and ask me anything you like, he offers. Selfor receives your party, for whatever reason, rather graciously. He could well be a font of knowledge. What will you ask him? You make mention of the village's eccentricities. Selfor informs you that the island indeed suffers from an extreme shortage of medicine. He apologizes for the villagers' incivility. Consider it the price to pay for making the world a better place, he adds nonsensically. You ask if he has seen the dragon. Why, yes, he says. He returned to this island just the other day. Oh, but don't worry, he continues. He hasn't caused us too much trouble. Needless to say, you notice Melanie lift an eyebrow at his use of the word returned. At any rate, the dragon's presence on the island is confirmed. You quietly celebrate the first credible lead you've yet received. You ask if he is the one in charge of the village. It's true that the villagers call him their headman, but I feel compelled to correct the record and state that my official title is overseer. Your question's satisfactorily answered. You thank Selfor, and he asks you to stop. We have yet to discuss the terms of your living here, he declares. You explain that you are only here to pursue the dragon. Selfor begs your forgiveness for thinking you were newcomers. It's perfectly understandable, though. What with the non-match among you? He said, "What does he mean by that?" Melanie asks you. Unable to grasp, for reasons unknown, you feel the blood drain from your face. "We're done here," you say defiantly, as you storm. Mar runs after you, chirping frantically. Melanie and the others give chase, but you and Mar are well out of sight by the time they make it outside. The two can't have gone far, though. It may be best to first search the village. Melanie and company find you She can't quite make it out, but it sounds as though you're saying to Mar. Melanie calls out to you, prompting you to blurt out, sorry, just had a bad stomach ache back there, in your characteristically glib manner. She surveys you both and sees two haggard travelers unwilling to admit they're in need. "Are you sure you're all fine?" "Absolutely fine." "So you were worried about me," you shoot back. "No, I wasn't," she replies, her face reddening. You spot a familiar-looking mage on the village streets. Winifred takes no notice of you, and so the Ivory Order buys their medicine just like everybody else, you muse to yourself as you prick up your ears and listen carefully. Winifred and the apothecary speak in hushed tones. You'd guess it's an order for special medicine. Alas, she's just buying the usual stuff, though her presence suggests that other members of the Order, with no desire to run into them, you make yourself scarce before she catches sight of you. You spy the very people you were hoping to avoid. The last thing we need is a confrontation. Why are we always hiding? Melanie hisses under her breath. Two members of the Order are speaking with Sherwin, giving how deferential they appear to be acting toward him. You hazard a guess. "Have you determined the dragon's location?" Sherwin asks. Hedwin launches into his report. "The dragon appears to be occupying the volcano. I suggest we move to capture him immediately." Now who should appear but Winifred, fresh from her shopping excursion. "Preparations for our journey into the volcano are complete," she reports, handing Sherwin a bottle of something. "Splendid." Sherwin walks off and out of sight, the other three following close behind. Lucky for you, your hastily improvised hiding spot afforded you valuable information on the dragon, yet their conversation raised as many questions as it answered. There was talk of capturing the dragon. Melanie picked up on the incongruity as well. "The Queen ordered the dragon killed," she reminds you. The medicine bottle Sherwin received is probably related to their journey. Bruno recalls seeing a bottle much like it once before. He says it contained... Maybe that's what Winifred bought at the apothecary, Bruno continues. You know that the dragon is lurking in the volcano, but you haven't... Isn't it that mountain with all the smoke pouring out of it? Ridis asks. You narrow your eyes. You three have no right being this helpful. Mar pinches your cheeks without warning. You yelp in pain, which at the very least crosses dreaming off the... Returning to the matter at hand, it's clear what must be done. You'll have to get your hands on some flash freeze if you hope to enter the volcano. Happen to have any flash freeze for sale? She flashes a wry smile. How do you steady the roiling magma's flow? She asks. The meaning behind the question is utterly lost on you. The answer, then, would be the password. So, how do you steady the roiling magma's flow? Ah, yes, you think so. She pulls out her wares, but what you need is not among them. Your password merely granted you entry to the apothecary. She mutters softly. Alas, no. The old woman rolls her eyes, suddenly looking defeated. How did you know the answer? Did someone tell you? She mutters bitterly. You've managed to crack the code, and a bottle of flash freeze is yours. You've got a long road ahead of you, so you had best be prepared. Congrats. You won't be able to climb. Something comes rocketing down from the mountaintop. There and gone in a flash. What was that? It isn't any of your business. You don't even bother looking at it before you carry on. The heat of the volcano engulfs you the moment you set foot inside. Of course, the dragon is hiding out here. Guess it's as good a place as any to corner him, you reason with yourself, trying to keep your spirits up. Fortune favors the bold. Crossing this river of lava won't be easy. Here's how you cross a lava river. Bam! You open the bottle of flash freeze and pour some into the raging river of lava. The lava instantly hardens, forming a bridge of rock. About the enemy. jet of lava erupts from the ground before you. You escape injury by the skin of your teeth, but the path ahead is now blocked. Oh? Excellent. You did great. Don't hold back. was lucky. You can't help but chant, "It's hot, so hot." You're just wasting energy, Melanie chides. Perhaps you could stand to learn a thing or two from her rational. Bruno seizes on the moment. Yeah, this isn't even. It is way too hot for this, Melanie screams, forgetting her own advice. A wave of lava rushes past you, leaving a pile of boulders in its wake. You take a fortunate but ungainly fall backwards, but sadly you must find another route now. Just as you're about to faint from the oppressive heat, you turn and watch with wide eyes as beads of sweat glisten over his musk. According to the man, conditions will only worsen from here on out. He offers to lend you a comfy sleeping mat and blanket to rest with before continuing your journey. You thank the man before heading on your way. Excellent. The rocks give way to a rush of lava. You just barely manage not to fall in. Time to find an alternate route. was lucky. Let's do this. You've spent so long in here, even I'm starting to sweat. A clump of familiar white outfits comes into view. You've caught up with the Ivory Order at last. We shall be the ones to fell the dragon. At your persistence, Winifred requests, please, as you all suspected, they have no intention of following. What will you do with him once he is yours? Melanie asks forcefully. But her answer shall have to wait. The lava bubbles and swirls as monsters leap out onto the rock before you. It would seem in a flash, Sherwin's blade, clearly he has earned his rank within the Order. Keep moving, he bellows, leading his companions deeper into the volcano. The remaining monster turns toward you, eager to avenge its fallen friend. There shall be no avoiding this battle. Don't hold back. You escape with your lives, but all your efforts will be for naught if they reach the dragon before you do. You hurry the party onward. About the enemy. Excellent. A deafening roar greets you as you set foot on the summit. The dragon must be close. You reach the caldera only to find the dragon and the Ivory Order members locked in battle. Their teamwork is impeccable. With each strike, they drive the dragon further. Vince is doing everything he can to protect the dragon, but nothing can slow Sherwin and company. The Ivory Order approaches the dragon, quite sure of their victory. They shall have their quarry at this rate. You can see the writing on the wall. You shrink away from the fight. Go on, get out there, Melanie yells, kicking you square in the rump. We'll be the ones to collect the bounty. What vulgar ambition. Hedwin and Winifred each keep one eye on you as they begin incanting us. Without warning, the dragon slams his tail against the ground. Cracks in the earth, the rock beneath the Ivory Order gives way. You surmise the fall wasn't far enough to kill them, but they won't make it back anytime soon. This may be your only chance to slay him without the Ivory Order interfering. That was lucky. Fortune favors the bold. That was lucky. was lucky. Good work. The dragon sits perched on the edge of the caldera. You eye him warily, shouting, "There's nowhere left." He lets loose an intimidating roar. But you and your party stand victory is within reach. You have never felt. Draw your sword and charge. Blade rate. In an instant, his bodyguard appears before you. You can see the bloodlust. He looks upon you and sees only greed. "Fools," he shouts, "you shall not be stopped. You have your reasons for wanting the dragon dead, and they are enough. They are everything. This conflict is inevitable. You heave your sword toward the enemy, come what may." You can do this. Vince falls, his face covered in blood. Why would you give your life to protect the... Asks the one who has forsaken her own. What would you know of loyalty? Vince roars, consumed with rage. He begins chanting, no doubt preparing... No, that spell is forbidden, Melanie shrieks. It's too late. A stupendously powerful magic swirls out of the ether. Vince turns to face you once more. His aura... You tighten your grip on your sword. There's no turning back now. Vince adopts a sweeping stance between you and the dragon. You'll have to deal with him first if you hope to attack your quarry. The battle has been won. Tears stream down Vince's face. You watch him out of the corner of your eye as you turn your attention toward the dragon. Vince, undeterred by the wounds that now cover his body, rises to his feet and moves to protect. Enough! The dragon speaks. He declares that he wishes to see further harm befall none. Then you ought not to have brought harm upon us, you shout, listing off the horrors you have heard on your journey. Vince, filled with righteous indignation, denounces each and every one as a lie. The dragon admits that your prowess in battle and willingness to pursue him the world over have earned you the right to hear the truth about this world. The dragon claims he shares a special bond with the medicine that helps people the world over. All those who succeeded in capturing the dragon in the past forced him to live a nightmarish existence on this island. They would stab him with several hundred spears. They would slice his scales off with their swords. Every day a fresh horror would visit him in the heart of the island, and every day he would cry out in pain. They then gathered up the dragon tear he shed and used it to produce their medicine. Everyone in the world drinks this medicine as though it were water. Taking this medicine heals all wounds and cures all ills. It is a crutch that humanity can no longer live without. The primary ingredient in this medicine is dragon tear. You cast your mind back over your travels, over all the people who sought the medicine and were saved by it. The mere thought that so much good was born of the dragon's torture makes your mind reel. You feel unmoored. No one moves, or so much as makes a sound. His words weigh on each and every one of you. The dragon claims he has grown weary of suffering for the benefit of humankind. And so, he intones, I beseech you, strike me down. You hear only hurt and fatigue in his voice. Comply, and you will fulfill the order that was given you. The riches you have coveted for so long shall be yours. But know that if you do, the medicine upon which people have come to rely shall cease to exist, threatening the very foundation upon which humanity was built. No matter the consequences, you resolve to complete your quest, and you adjust your grip and move to strike the dragon down once more. It looks like it won't. Out of nowhere, a burst of magic crashes over the entire party. The Ivory Order have found their way back to the cult. Sherwin stares the dragon down, fire in his eyes. At last, seize him at once. Edwin urges. With a nod, Sherwin approaches the dragon. In one motion, Sherwin unsheathed the dragon's lifeless corpse lurches backward before drop. What have you done? The others ask quietly, unable to comprehend Sherwin's actions. The earth shakes. The dragon's body seems to have energized the lava enough to spur an eruption. All that remains is to destroy that place, he hisses, and storms off with purpose. The remaining members of the Ivory Order are still in shock, but Hedwyn orders them out, and they flee out of sight. The volcano is about to erupt, and will surely take you with it. Melanie suggests the party take Vince as well, but he insists. He speaks his final request, his voice already fading. Dragon Tear is more powerful than you can imagine, he says, his voice weak and raspy. It could end this world. You mustn't let them use it. Stop them at all costs. Use the forbidden magic if you have to, Melanie. Vince's final pronouncement echoing in your head. You race to catch up to the Ivory Order. The eruption is imminent. The earlier tremors collapsed the passage you took to reach the caldera. Follow the other passage out and escape before it's too late. About the enemy. Fortune favors the bold. Congrats. did great. Take your time. There's no need to rush yet. Don't hold back. You're nearly out. The relief of knowing you may yet end short-lived, as monsters burst forth from the lava, blocking your escape. That was lucky. Nice work. You did great. race out of the volcano, the monsters scarcely having hit the ground behind you. After your narrow escape from the volcano, you mull over what you learned at the summit. The truth about the dragon and the medicine, what the Ivory Order and Sherwin, and Vince's dying warning about dragon tears. You decide to return to the village of the sick to try and make sense of everything. I'm exhausted, says Riddis. She certainly looks. Bruno is silent and looks deep in thought. As you head into the village after your friends, this place. Something about it is triggering a... Let's rest up at the inn, suggests Melanie, taking in everyone's state. You must fancy yourself quite the eccentric coming here. The innkeeper drones, as if incensed. Stay if you want to stay, the innkeeper continues, utterly disinterested in even attempting to sell you on a room. At dinner time, you and your friends gather around the table. For a while, now that the dragon's been defeated, she says, what are we going to do? In truth, the Ivory Order wanted to capture the dragon alive. You can't help feeling the Ivory Order is still hiding something about this island. We might want to look into this island a bit more. Bruno agrees with you. They call this place Mount Medica. Something tells me there are still secrets to uncover. Whether you go after the Ivory Order or investigate, the Overseer should be pretty knowledgeable about the... You decide to pay a visit to the Overseer after a good night's rest. Selfor, the village headman come overseer, comes out to welcome you. After detailing what happened atop the volcano, you ask, so the dragon's tears are the medicine's main ingredient, he muses. You ask Selfor if the medicine is made on this island. After a moment, he begins speaking in a quiet voice. He tells you about the medicine factory here on the island that the Ivory Order oversees, and that this village was founded in order to provide a steady supply of human test subjects for their new medicine. Now that you know the truth about the island and the village, you turn to Selfor and pose further questions. What do you mean, testing new medicine, you ask? Silfor explains that before the Ivory Order sends any of its medicines out to the greater world, they test them here first. With all the new medicines they're constantly prescribed, the villagers here suffer strange side effects. All except Silfor, who says he's exempt from the tests on account of being in charge of the village on the Order's behalf. Probing further, you ask, have the Ivory Order forced the dragon to make medicine at that factory? I'm almost positive they did, That explains why the Order wanted to capture him, says Bruno, understanding dawning on his face. But if that's the case, why did Sherwin flout the Order and kill the dragon? You're still missing the final piece of this puzzle. Sometimes we get people who try to escape, he says, his gaze dropping. The Order always catches them. This is horrible, says Melanie, a harrowed look on her face. You know the abandoned house at the western edge of the village? Well, once upon a time, a family of 4 lived there. As Silfor speaks, you feel all the blood. There's something I'd like to see for myself at that house, you say, your brow. At the uncharacteristically somber look on your face, Melanie, Rittis, and Bruno give silent nods. You stand before the dilapidated house. It looks like no one's lived here for a long... You open the door and go inside, your gaze roving across the dusty space. Your eyes land on a progression of horizontal notches on the lower section of a support beam, markings to measure a child's growth. And carved into the beam beside the markings are your and Mar's names. Seeing your names unleashes a flood of memories you hadn't realized you'd kept locked away. The trauma of what happened, combined with the effects of the medicine, spurred the loss of your memories. But now you remember the horror in full detail. So Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno just stand there in silence, absorbing the truth of your origin. Melanie, who knows all too well the pain of losing your parents, turns to you with, "We have a lot in common, you and I. That's how we've made it this far together," she says softly. Moved by her kindness, you give her a silent nod. "But I've still got farther to go," you say. As painful as those memories are, something the Ivory Order disciples said gave you hope. If you can get your hands on an undiluted solution of dragon tear, you can restore Mar to her human form. And what was that about the place they call? That's probably a good enough place as any to start looking for dragon tear. Melanie doesn't miss the determination that blooms on your face. "Whatever it is you need to do," she says, "I'm with you." You ask Silfor if he's ever heard of a place called the... He tells you the steep cliffs north of the village block the way. To get to the mausoleum, you'll have to... He advises you to first go east, and then head north from the wharf. The wharf, that's where we first docked, right? Clarifies Bruno. Ooh, the path to the mausoleum is a... if you start feeling weary on your journey, use the jump feature. Let's do this. Oh? A giant boulder impedes the path. You stop, unable. Who do you see but the Ivory Order trio? In a flash, you draw your weapons. But Hedwyn, unlike the other times you've crossed paths, the trio does. You lower your weapons in response. Conveniently, you've got some questions for them anyway. You demand to know what the Ivory Order wants. There's no reason to hide it any longer, begins Hedwyn. He tells you of the immense fortune the Order amassed by selling the medicine they forced the dragon to make on this island. And he confirms recapturing the dragon was the Order's true goal. The dragon's imprisonment on this island was a secret only the upper echelons of the Order were privy to. Even Queen Nilla didn't know. You ask where Sherwin disappeared to after he killed the dragon atop the volcano. We too seek Sherwin, says Winifred. Atop the volcano, Sherwin swore to destroy that place. Hedwyn says he was talking about the mausoleum. Winifred ponders the question of why Sherwin would betray. Alas, we cannot get to the mausoleum with this in our way, Hedwyn says, gesturing to the giant. Upon closer examination of the boulder, you see fissures spidering along its surface. Perhaps it was weakened by the earthquake caused by the volcano erupting. With the right approach, you might be able to force your way through after all. You ask Bruno to put his brawn to use and smash the boulder to He squares off in front of the giant and strikes the fissure with a mighty knife-edged chop. Silence rings for a moment before the boulder crumbles to dust. The Ivory Order trio offers a curt thanks before hurrying on ahead. The jerks. You come across two men. You listen in and deduce the dragon's nostril. You cock your head in disbelief, but just manage to make your perseverance pays off. You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away. Nice work. That was lucky. Watch out, your friends cry. As something comes at you, keep your cool. Your friends gasp as you catch whatever it is before it clobbers you. And fight. And fight. Nice work.